This is race number 7, 24 University PS Mixed Heat. 8, 24U, mixed heat, 200 meters. This is race 9, small mixed championship, 200 meters.
Testing, testing. Good afternoon, everyone. You are now looking live at the 30th annual Pickering Dragonboat Festival. My name is Scott Medill, and I'm very happy to be your guide and to commentate a few of these races. I'm joined by my two trusted technical companions, Lok Ho and Rahul Mubudri, and they will be flying the drone, and they are giving you these unbelievable shots. What you're seeing right now is race 10 turning around and lining up for the rec women's division. I'm going to read out the contestants right now, and I'll be repeating them as we go along. In lane 2, we have the Wonder Broads. In lane 3, we have the Dragon Queens. In lane 4, we have the Beasties. And rounding out the field in lane 5, we have Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew. And that, of course, is a reference to the classic 70s movie starring Paul Newman and Robert Redford. And for you millennials and Gen Zs out there who don't know who Robert Redford and Paul Newman are, shame on you. That's when movie stars were movie stars. This is a first for the Pickering Dragonboat Festival to have these drone shots. And I think it's safe to say that this is going to be a staple of our coverage going forward. Today, it's a beautiful day for racing, although there is a slight headwind. So we've just had a course break, and the starter is now lining them up. This is trickier than it seems. The steers people are doing a great job in separating their crews, and momentarily they'll be bringing their boats up to the line, slowly and strategically, so that we can have a fair race. Those of you listening are probably familiar with what the start pattern will be, but for those of you that are new to the sport, I'll just take you through it. They'll come up to the start line, and the referee will get them into position, and at that moment, they will instruct all crews, all boats ready. And if you were doing a running race, that would be the same as on your mark, get set. From all boats ready, they will have a horn, and then they will have about a 20-stroke sequence that they will need to execute in order to bring the boat up to full speed. We're going to bring one of our trusted tech people into the thing, so I'm going to ask Rahul, or actually I'm going to ask Locke, who's put this on for us together, but he's flying right now, so I'm going to bring Rahul in instead. Rahul, you've paddled once or twice in your life for the mofos and that. What are we looking at here? Oh, and we're off. I'm sorry. That was faster than I thought. What's going to happen here, Rahul, we'll get you back in there next time. You're looking at 5 solid strokes, followed by 5 more accelerating strokes, followed by 10 of the fastest strokes that you'll take all race long. And I have to say, Locke, you are doing an unbelievable job of giving us a nice aerial view of this race. And as you can see, you don't need me to tell you, I believe that is lane, are we going outside in? So that start boat, yes, that is lane 4. That is currently having a lead, and that is, or is that lane 5? It's hard for me to believe that's lane 5. I'm sorry. That's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew who have a slight lead, and they're doing Robert Redford and Paul Newman and their Spirit proud as they pull to about a half boat length lead. We have quite a race for second going on between lane 3 and lane 4, and that's the Dragon Queens and the Beasties. The Wonder Broads are doing their best in lane 2. It looks from this distance as though there's hardly a ripple in the water, but when you're in that boat, there's quite a strong headwind, and that lengthens the race, and it does change the strategy a little bit, You want to make sure that you pull a full stroke in the water and that you lessen your air time. But I'll tell you who's got this figured out, and that is Butch Cassidy and the Sundance crew, as they start to open up open water on the field. And as Locke positions the drone out in front, you can really get a sense as they go in to these final 100 meters that they are now starting their finish sequence. But we have a real battle for second place between lane 4 and lane 3. And right now I would give a slight edge to lane 3, and that's the Dragons Queens. But I think this is anybody's race, and we're going to have to, oh my goodness, they are nose to nose for third place, but there is no doubt who the champion of this race will be, and that will be Butch Cassidy and the Sundance crew. And as we come forward, oh my goodness, as commentators often like to say, I am going to leave that one for the judges to decide. It's hard to know who crossed the line between lane 3 and lane 4, but there's no question that it was a photo finish. And good on the Wonder Broads for having a strong race as well. So, as we come up high above the racing position and seeing the dozens of seagulls that are bombing the respective crews. And I should point out to all the crews that if that's to happen today and you are to get a little dropping, we'll say, onto you, know that that is known as good luck. I think I join you in saying the footage of this just gives you a perspective that we're just not accustomed to seeing. The athletes are making their way back into the dock. They'll do some finish cheers. They'll do some warming down, and then they'll make their way to the volunteers. And we can't, probably the most important job and the most thankless job that you'll have at a dragon boat regatta are the people who work the docks and safely bring the crews back in so that they can make their way back out. And we just want to say thank you to those people who spend their whole day out on the dock, because without you, the festival could not go on. Again, those of you that are new to the sport, you're probably thinking, well, when does the next race happen? We're lucky enough that they have 2 fleets of boats here. So while this race was coming down, another race was making its way back up. And we are going to give you those contestants in just 1 second. Can I press this to come off? Welcome back, everyone. You are now watching live race 11 from the 30th annual Pickering Dragon Boat Club. We're going to go through the lanes here, going from inside to out, lane 1 through 5. In lane 1, closest to the shore, we have CSDC Triple. In lane 2, we have ODM. In lane 3, we have PDBC Senior Women. In lane 4, we have CSDC Double Red Line. And in lane 5, we have CSDC Red Line. You're going to hear me say PDBC and CSDC several times today, as they are well represented at this festival. And as we watch them go through the halfway point, it looks to me as though we have lane 5, which is CSDC Red Line, pulling out to a half, perhaps 3/4 boat length lead. They're really in sync, and they're really grabbing traction with each stroke. In second place, it's too close to call. It's nose to nose between CSDC Double Red Line and PDBC Senior Women. And for third place, it's anybody's call, and that's between lanes 2 and lane 1, and that is CSDC Triple and ODM. As we make our way to the finish line, it's clear that it's going to be CSDC Red Line. It's very difficult to say from this vantage point who's going to come second. From the shore, it looks like it's lane 4, which is CSDC Double Red Line. That's the angle that I'm seeing, but from up top, it's hard to say. I'm going to let the judges call that one. Same thing for third place. We have very tightly contested race, and everyone paddled really well. Congratulations to all the competitors in the previous race. They're making that look easy. Now, as we go on through the day, I might be losing it. That's a better than average probability, but it seems to me as though the wind might be shifting from a headwind to a tailwind, which means we're going from a north wind to a south wind. And as we assess the times throughout the day, it would be important to keep that in mind, that this morning there was quite a headwind, and it looks to me like we're changing to what will be undoubtedly a welcome tailwind for the competitors, and we should see a corresponding lowering of times. We will be back to you shortly. I'm going to let Locke show you how these crews come back in, and you can see those beautiful views. Boy, the way you're shooting that, Locke, it makes it look like Frenchman's Bay is about 5 kilometers wide and about 10 kilometers long, and we only wish that it were so we could paddle in a straighter line for a long time. But I'm just going to get the next race set up, and I'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. As we await race 12, I am very pleased to be joined by, dare I say, a legend of the sport, someone who's been involved in the sport of paddling for a long time. Sir, can you introduce us to the viewing audience?
My name is Ian Grinnell. I paddled for PDBC, and before that was with the Mayfair Predators, and before that with the national team with Jim Farintosh and all the legends.
And so, Ian, we're not going to say an exact amount of time, but if we were to count it by decades, how many decades might you have been involved, give or take a decade or two, in the sport of paddling overall?
I guess I'd have to say I started in around 1980 and paddled for the Balmy Beach Canoe Club in sprint canoeing for 20 years. Took me 10 years to get into the medals. And then Jim Farintosh, one of the real legends in this sport,
Indeed.
brought a bunch of us in to have a crew for the national team. In 2001, we went to Philadelphia and won the World Championships there. Went to Poznan, Poland in 2003 and won the Worlds in Poznan, Poland as well.
So, a completely illustrious career. I would say, I think you would agree with me, Ian, that one of the best things about paddle sports and about dragon boat in particular is that you can do it for your entire life. Would you agree with that?
It's probably saved my life. I paddled competitively for 40 years. At the beginning of COVID, I had a heart attack, and I'm now not able to paddle intensively and competitively, but still work out and play golf 5 days a week. So I think it really, it's a lifelong sport, and in my case, I think it saved my life.
That's an amazing story, and I appreciate you sharing that with the crowd. Someone that we both knew well, Adrian Taylor, God rest his soul, and he had a thing he used to joke about. In fact, I was nice enough to be granted some of the paddles that he used to work, and on the paddles were IALS. Do you remember what that stood for?
I don't.
It's called, it's a life sentence.
Well, that was his saying for sure.
It's a life sentence. And I think, you know, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about Adrian and his impact and his contributions to the sport. And it goes on even after his passing, because his paddles are being used by kids who are 15, 16, and 17.
Wonderful.
But I do think that you're right, that even if we don't have something as intensive what you experienced, we have the survivor community, the the breast cancer community has been a huge part of the sport since its inception. I remember in 1997 it was Don McKenzie, and I was lucky enough to coach a number of those. If you talk to them, they echo your sentiments that this sport indeed has saved their lives.
Yeah. Well, it's good to chat again with you, Scott.
I have an offer for you, my friend. I'm in the same boat as you in that I can't paddle totally intensively, but I started a non-profit club called Every Kid Can Paddle, and when it comes to paddling, we're all kids at heart.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's very marathon/pleasure canoe based, and I would love to see you out there one day, and we can continue this conversation. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Great. Great to see you, Scott.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks again to Ian Grinnell for dropping by and sharing his experiences with us and his love of the sport. It's contagious. All of you who have paddled know how contagious it can be, and that's what brings us out here year after year. I was at the first Pickering Dragonboat Festival, and here we are 30 years later. I hope to be here for many, many years to come. We now have race 12 marshalling, and I'm going to go through the lineups with you. And again, lane 1 is closest to the shore. Am I still on?
Yeah, your voice is still going.
Is it? Okay. Lane 1 is closest to the shore, and that is the PDBC Blazing Blue Dragons. In lane 2, we have NAGYN. In lane 3, we have Koa. In lane 4, we have Holy Ship. Notice I put a P on that. Holy Ship. And in lane 5, we have Aloha. And as we go through the program, you might sense that there's sort of a Hawaiian connection to many of the team names, and that's not by coincidence. One of the other paddle sports that's become increasingly popular through the last 3 decades has been outrigger canoe, which of course has its roots in the Polynesian Islands, and it has been adopted by many of the clubs throughout Toronto, including the Pickering Dragonboat Club, who just recently purchased an OC6. And for those of you who are new to that sport, OC means outrigger canoe. That's what that stands for. And the 6 obviously is 6 person. Now, they also have OC1s and they have OC2s. And if you have $7,000 burning a hole in your pocket, you can purchase an OC1, and it's about double that for an OC2, but they are fabulous boats, and they kind of open up the entire of Lake Ontario to the paddlers, whereas dragon boaters, unless there's a break wall in front of them, usually try to stick to the rivers and the bays, and we're very lucky out here in Pickering that we have this beautiful body of water, Frenchman's Bay, and where we've held this wonderful regatta for the past 3 decades. Bit of a longer wait for the race to get lined up. And again, now, because I think we can say with some certainty that this has turned into a tailwind, now it's going to be a different race sequence. We are going to have people come up and come to the line, and instead of burying their blades, getting their blades deep so that they do not slip back, you'll see crews try to cheat out a little bit, not cheat, but try to maximize their efficiency by taking the paddles out of the water and getting a little bit of a running start on that first stroke. Once the race is in progress, again, the stroke is going to change. We're going to go from a stroke in a headwind that would be very deep, very long in the water, very short in the air, to a stroke that's a bit more compact and a recovery that's a bit more extended so that the boat can run in between strokes. That you might, and you will probably see an increase in stroke rate as well. Welcome back, everyone. We are still getting race 12 lined up at the start line. And with this moment, I'm very pleased to be joined by another person who has had a life in paddling. And can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Hi, I'm Jan Wilkes. I have been paddling For 20 years. Started off at a senior A and now I'm a senior C.
And for the audience, some people will know what that means, Jan, and can you flesh out to them what's the difference between a senior A and a senior C?
Senior A is 49 and under. Senior B is 49. Senior C is 59.
59.
And over.
There we go. And so you came to the sport at a time in your life when I think a lot of people come to the sport. And can you tell me, obviously it had a great impact on you. What has kept you in the sport? What is it that you love about dragon boats so much?
So I've had a lot of trauma in my life in the last 10 years, and Pickering especially has been another family for me, and anytime I needed anything done, they're here for me. Plus it's the physical fitness and just being on the water.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you've found such a community in dragon boat. And again, I was talking with Ian Grinnell earlier about how he said that dragon boat saved his life from a physical standpoint. But I think you're right. I think being out on the water in this beautiful environment also saves our spirit. Would you agree with that?
Oh, for sure. Yep.
Yeah. Jan, normally I would say, but would you like to help me call this next race? And you can tell the audience what it is you're seeing. You're seeing a vantage point that you normally don't see for a race, and that's the bird's eye view. And I'm going to set up the lanes for you. And again, the lanes closest to the yacht club is lane 1, and that's the shore. And so we have in lane 1, PDBC Blazing Blue Dragons. In lane 2, NAGYN. In lane 3, Koa. In lane 4, Holy Ship. And in lane 5, Aloha. Jan, can you give us some inside information on the PDBC Blazing Blue Dragons?
I believe the Blue Dragons are a twice-a-week crew, so they're experienced paddlers, but they don't want to go highly competitive. They're in it for the fun.
Yes, as we're all in it for the fun. I mean, even if we're... And you can see a lot of them are over the start line now, but I think the starter made the right call there. I've always been the believer, Jan, and I think you would agree with me that as long as all boats are fair, let's get this race rocking. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. I noticed one of the boats is missing 2 paddlers and they've taken them out of the middle, so that seems interesting.
Yes, and that's Holy Ship. And so you can, in fact, can you tell the viewing audience how many, I haven't said this yet, how many people does a dragon boat hold?
A boat holds 22 if you count the steer and the drummer.
That's correct. And as we said, lane 4 doesn't have a full crew, but it is possible, as I understand it, to race with a crew of 16 paddlers. As long as you have 16 paddlers, you can go.
When I was at Club Crew Worlds in 2014, I believe, in Ravenna, it was so windy that they actually went out with 18, and then once we got down into Marshland, they took 2 more out. So we were paddling with 16.
Sometimes fewer paddlers does allow for greater efficiency. Jan, on the screen, you can see that lane 5, Aloha. I said that there's a connection to the Hawaiian culture, and boy, they look like they have channeled that Hawaiian culture because they are paddling beautifully, and they've opened up, I would say, maybe we're on our way to a boat of open water. So congratulations for them. In second place, we have Koa. Holy Ship, as you said, even though they're missing 2 paddlers, they're paddling a very strong third. And NAGYN and PDBC Blazing Blue Dragons are battling for 4th. But as we come across the last set of buoys, which is 100 meters to go, it's clear that it's Aloha in front, and they are stretching out beautifully. And in lane 3, we have Koa paddling a very strong race, followed by Holy Ship in lane 4. And this is going to be a real battle of wills here between PDBC Blazing Blue Dragons and NAGYN. As you come into the last 100 meters, Jan, what are you thinking as an athlete? What's going through your mind? You're obviously exhausted. What else are you thinking about?
That's when the fitness really comes in, and the rate goes up a little bit, the power goes up, and you're just trying to, if you can, pass anybody and just put a lot on the paddle, stay in time, don't spin, we call spinning where you're not catching any water and you're just going fast. So you're just trying to finish strong.
Exactly. And
and not die.
It's easy for us as we sit here in the booth to talk about what it is to do. I know you do it. Have you raced today? Can you tell the viewing audience what you've done today in terms of races?
I have done 2 200s and 1 500, and I have another 500 to go.
And is there, do you have a favorite in terms of the different races? Right now we compete at this regatta at least in 200, 500, and 2K. Is there a favorite distance that you have when you paddle?
2K for me. The longer I paddle, the stronger I get. So
it's funny. You would think, I think that answer is shared by a number of paddlers. You would think when you're new to the sport that 2K would be dreadful, but there is something. There's a rhythm that takes over in the 2K that really makes it an enjoyable race. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's so much fun, especially I sit at the back of the boat. So if there's any demolition derbies going on, I'm taking the brunt of the punishment, which is awesome.
Jan, thank you so much for dropping by, and continued success today and throughout the season.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, have a great one. Like it, or is it, am I talking? Maybe I leaned on it or something.
Sending it back to you, Bobcat.
You want to come in?
Yeah, I want to get some airtime. Did you tell my redemption story online? Coming out of retirement after 25 years. 2 solid 4th place finishes. Nailed it.
Nailed it. Right up until he made fun of his son's team coming fifth in the race. It was like, Jeff, this is like a BG Lion King moment, dude. We're not doing that. Okay, I'm just gonna get fair and Josh after this next race goes down. We'll go fair.
Did we have a break in the game? What's happening?
We already had the break.
That was the one at 10, right? Yeah.
Pretty much straightforward from that.
What are we on? 14 we're done with. 15 he just did.
Tried to move them all over, not maybe this way, right? So the next thing is wait.
How good is 57%? Should I change it up? Yeah.
Iron Dragons are from U of T, right?
Yes. Engineering.
They're all engineers? We're coming up to race 16, another university heat.
Okay, I might need to head to before the team kills me.
Sorry? Oh, you might need to.
I'm on 19, so I need to. Yeah, I think after 17 I'll just head.
Just give it up, man. Just do this. Who needs to paddle today? This is more important. I'm an asshole. Yeah, think of all the money you're making right now. Okay. Like, I don't know if you know this, Locke said he's retiring after today. He's like, the money he's getting from this, it's over. He and his wife are just going to Costa Rica for the next little while.
How much money you're making from this now?
Are
you moving to Costa Rica?
I think we might get a t-shirt, but that's Welcome back, everyone. On the line, we have race number 16. This is the second heat of the University Division. In lane 2, we have the Iron Dragons Blue. In lane 3, we have RC Liquid Assets Bulls. In lane 4, Iron Dragons Gold. And in lane 5, Holy Macaro. And Locke reminded me, I knew this at one point, that the Iron Dragons is actually representative of U of T, and specifically the engineering department of University of Toronto. This should be a very tightly contested race. These crews are filled with very, very strong and capable paddlers. Right off the bat, you can see Iron Dragons Blue in lane 2. They are really going for it off the start, but Holy Mackerel in lane 5 has gone right along with them, as has lane 4 Iron Dragons Gold, and in lane 3 RC Liquid Assets Bulls. I am not making any prognostications on this race, as this race I believe will be too close to call. As they go through the middle of the race, you can see them, what they're trying to find is their traveling stroke. And a traveling stroke in a 500 meter race cannot be a dead sprint. If it is, you will die out at about the 300 meter mark. A traveling stroke has to be a stroke that you can maintain and maintains the boat's top speed. And as you can see, all 4 crews in this race understand the concepts of this, because again, it is anybody's race. But if I were to give an advantage right now, I would say that throughout the middle of the race, Holy Mackerel, which is the second crew from the University of McMaster, has opened up a 2 to 3 seat lead. They are followed closely by lane 4, the Iron Dragons Gold, and then it's anybody's race. But again, I would say we have McMaster in first place, and it's a 3-way race for second, and we're really being treated to a beautiful race here. You can hear the spectators in the background, and they're starting their finishing sequences. It looks as though it's going to go from outside to in. In lane 5, Holy Mackerel winning the race. In lane 4, Iron Dragons Gold coming second. In lane 3, that's RC Liquid Assets and the Iron Dragons Blue, and that was too close to call, and all 4 crews should be very, very pleased with their effort in that race. In between races, we have been joined by a number of figures who have factored heavily into the dragon boat history and culture that has been part of the East End of Toronto for the last 30 years. And we are about to be joined by a gentleman by the name of Jim Farintosh, who needs no introduction to those people who are familiar with the sport. But for those of you who aren't, he is one of the most accomplished steers people and coaches in Canada. He was the first person to lead a team, along with some of the other people you've heard about, John Hollins and Brett Stein, to win the Hong Kong Festival. The first Canadian team to do that. It would take me too long to list all of his accomplishments, but he'll be joining us momentarily. As we do that, you can start to see that they're having a little bit of fun with the drones as they bring it back in for recharging. And again, we can't thank Locke and Rahul enough for their incredible shots today. Welcome back, everyone. What you're seeing right now is a live view of race number 17, which is one of the rare 10-boat races that we're going to see today. So instead of having 22 people in the boat, we in fact have 12. The two contestants are in lane 4, the YCPC Dragons, and in lane 5, the PDBC Senior B Mixed. And it looks from this vantage point as though the PDBC Mixed have a very strong control of this race. You can see as they come down here that because it's a 10-person boat, they have to make sure that they're paddling slightly differently, and no one can tell me more about how they might want to approach that than the gentleman sitting to my left, one of the true legends of the sport, Mr. Jim Fairentouch. Jim, thanks for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me, Scott.
We're going to get into a lot of different things in terms of what you've done in your paddling community. I'm interested. I haven't done a lot of this. How much experience do you have with the small boat part of the sport?
It became a bigger part of the sport just in the last couple of years that I was coaching, Scott. Had a few occasions to try the boat, the actual small boat. What they're doing today is they're actually paddling 10 people in a standard boat, which is a little bit of a different feel. But understanding that the horsepower with 10 people in the boat is obviously different, means some adjustments in terms of how patient you are in the water, and even where you hold the paddle, because the distance down to the water is greater. The boat sits up out of the water to a higher degree. So there are some adjustments, but people that are experienced can generally figure it out in reasonable time. It does allow programs to get a good starting point. It's easier to start to build a crew with 10, and then as numbers improve, you can aspire to having a full standard boat.
I would agree, and I think it's actually a really great place for beginners to start. That, again, we were it became more popular as my coaching kind of decreased, but I remember taking a few 10-person boats out, and what I really enjoyed about it was the space that it afforded each paddler. So it didn't feel like you were jammed up in there, which sometimes you can feel like in a beginner boat, but it gave you a lot of space to stretch out.
Yeah, and actually for bigger paddlers, to your point, a standard boat is very, very crowded and constraining. So for people that are taller or bigger people, it embraces them as a positive, if you like, in terms of horsepower. So there are some definite advantages in the sense that maybe there's a boat for everybody, you know. Some people will lend themselves to standard, some might lend themselves to 10-person.
Well, that's exactly right. Here we are, Jim. It's the 30th running of the Pickering Dragonboat Festival. I know you've been involved since its inception in that. I was trying to list some of your many accomplishments as the other race came down, but we would be here all day. Let's focus in on some of your top memories from the festival. I know you've won. I had Scott Murray on earlier. We talked about the Akawa Cup. I know that you've won that cup a number of times, but can you give the listeners a few remembrances of some of the highlights that you've had at this festival?
Well, the thing I like about the festival is that it's local, and yet it's very, very high quality competition. The event started with the idea that the first big event in Toronto, which was at the Toronto Island, that the Pickering Festival, if run 2 weeks before that festival, was done at that time, it would serve as a good first event of the year. But over the years, it took on a life of its own, and more crews, both from Toronto, but also Ottawa and Montreal in particular, would come here, and its competitiveness really started to draw quality crews. I found right since 1998, the top crews that are here are some of the best crews that you'll find certainly in Canada, and that resonated with the program that I was trying to build over those years. So I was fortunate to have a number of years where we were able to win the event, but the sense of seeing a number of people, even today, I've seen 5 or 6 people I haven't seen in a couple of years, and so the old through the waters to friendship really resonates with me in the sense that it's a community that I think will, it's like a lifetime, a lifetime community that I feel very privileged to be part of.
Interesting that you would say through the waters to friendship. Probably one of my favorite expressions about paddling. We had Ian Grinnell on earlier. We talked about Adrian Taylor and It's a Life Sentence.
Yep.
And how one of the many great things about paddling is that it is something that you can do your entire life. And can you tell us a little bit about Through the Waters to Friendship and how that has a personal connection to you?
Well, you know that, Scott, in 1953, it's a long time ago, when the sprint community sport was called the Canadian Canoe Association, and the person that led the Canoe Association each year was called the Commodore. And my father, who was a paddler in the 30s and 40s and right into the early 50s, had just retired and became the Commodore of CCA. That was the acronym for Canadian Canoe Association. And my father had always felt that there was nothing kind of unifying in terms of a motto for the Canadian Canoe Association. And he had studied Latin, and it was my father that came up with the idea of Through the Waters to Friendship. Resonated, and Per Aquas ad Fraternitatem is the Latin version of it. And I feel very proud that the Canadian Canoe Association, now called Canoe Kayak Canada, CKC, still uses that as its motto. But the motto transcends sprint canoeing. It covers all water sport. I think it covers any sport that's involved in being on or in the water. The friendships are a huge part for many people. It's the most important part of association in it. So the arena sport is a special one, and yes, I am proud that my family had something to do with the motto. Thanks for mentioning it.
Oh, believe me, it's my pleasure. And I think that's been sort of a through line that we've heard from everyone who's been nice enough to stop by, is that once the racing's done, and that even if you're not going out to race today, the fact that you can run into some people that you only see, not only, but it just seems to be the way it works out is that you see them once a year. We talked about the festival's founder, Dave Akawa. I was lucky enough, and I'm always lucky enough, to run into his daughter, Kim Akawa. She'll be joining us a little bit later. But I know, Jim, that you are the perfect example of a person who has been a lifelong paddler. And I know that you're out on the bay each and every day. And I just want you to sort of get a sense of, because I think I can't give enough shout outs to Locke. When we look at the footage that he's providing for us of this bay, you're lucky enough to paddle in this bay, I would say, pretty much every day. Seeing it from this vantage point, I'm just blown away by how spectacular it is. I think you share that assessment.
Well, and we're from the east end of Toronto. I'm a beach person. I lived in the beach my whole life. And in 2008, when my father moved to Pickering a few years earlier, we used to come out and visit him. And it was in the middle of the winter in 2008 that we decided to come by, because we would always go to take a look at water anytime we were close to it. And unbelievably, there was a house for sale that basically backs on this park. And I saw the house, and my wife and I looked at it. We looked at each other. It needed all kinds of work, but we said, we got to buy this house. And the reason was that we're sitting on the absolute jewel of Pickering. Living where we do is like a dream come true. You would never need a cottage or anything, because I'm fortunate every day to be able to take advantage of what's here. So I'll always feel that way. Very blessed.
And you can totally get a sense of Jim's words there as we look at Locke and the pictures that he's providing in the greenery. We're going to just skip over to the other computer so I can get a sense of the next race, and we can bring it to you responsibly. We will be right back here. Welcome back. We are awaiting the start of race 18, and that is the senior women's small boat. And I'm joined by Jim Farintosh. And Jim, I'm just going to have you call this race for me. This is a club race here. We've got PDBC Hononui Red, and we have PDBC Senior B Women. And again, for the uninitiated, Senior B is between the ages of 50 and 60. But again, because it's a lifelong sport and because it's not an impact sport, some of the fastest canoers I know out there right now are between the ages of 50 and 60. Will await the start, and they are off. Jim, what are they going through here as they do their start sequence?
Every crew does it differently, Scott, but essentially there are some building strokes to break the inertia of the boat to get it started and moving. And then it's almost like the gears of a car. The stroke rate changes, accelerates up as you try to get up to top speed as fast as possible. These women are racing a 200-meter race, and so it's over in quick order. And if you race a 500, you actually settle into a longer stroke for a period of time, whereas when it's 200, it's pedal to the metal the entire way. Your point about the various age groups, the fact that they're both competitive and relatively close together. These are two crews from the same club, so these women will know each other, and that friendship, of course, is part of it. But when it comes to racing, we're all after it. And so what you're seeing as two crews, the fact there are only two crews doesn't matter. They're both after it. Looks like the outside crew here has taken the day.
Yeah, and I believe that's the PDBC Senior B Women. So congratulations to them. And as Jim said, they were ferocious competitors as they were coming down the course. But you can see that they've greeted one another and congratulated one another. And at the end of the day, I think everyone just feels really grateful that they can become part of this event. Jim, as we look forward to the future and hopefully for another 30 years of the Pickering Dragonboat Festival, what do you hope that this festival will bring in future years that we might not have seen in the past? That was maybe I'll do a different question.
No,
we're not on live footage, but if you can see I'm going to change that question up here. I'm going to go with this instead. I'll put you on the spot. Jim's very familiar with a number of the teams, and he's come into mentoring coaches as well as athletes. And I know one of the coaches that you've mentored, and he's doing an extremely great job today, is Ed Salino, and that's with the McMaster teams that I've announced earlier. Can you tell us a little bit about the connection that you have with Ed? And I saw you when I asked you to come over that you took a moment to actually talk to Ed about what you had just seen and what that relationship's been like.
I could have handled that first question, but the second question is near and dear to my heart. Yeah, Ed is a wonderful person and has worked incredibly hard on sort of the technical aspects of coaching, but the soft skills, the personality is all his own. So he can take what is offered as advice and shape his own coaching personality. He's obviously doing a great job. The first crew of the two of his crews that raced, called it the B crew, was tooth and nail to win their heat. And watching the races here today, I think it was probably the closest of the three of the races that I've seen.
Yeah, it was.
Their paddlers are really excited, but I can see in looking at them how it's just building a sense of trust in the way that he goes about his business. He does call me once in a while, I'll say for advice, if I can call it that, but he is his own man. I give advice in measured amounts because his confidence as a coach is growing, and I'm very, very happy and proud to see that coming out of a program from a person who started as a very good paddler and is morphed now in giving back coaching ranks. He's got about 50 paddlers, so there are very few things in life where you can influence that many young people at once. Mm-hmm. So as well as the sport, just on a personal level, I think it's awesome what he's doing. I
echo all your sentiments. I think he's done a fabulous job. I know some of the young people that he has coached and connected with and influenced, as you said. And if I remember, what you're hearing behind us is the Skyjack. It's been a source of constant frustration today, in that they got it up and they couldn't bring it down, and now they've brought it down and now they're trying to put it back up. But to return please to Ed, Ed, as I understand it, and Jim, you could clarify, did so well last year. I swear he's listening to me, and as I understand it, last year he qualified for the Club Crew Worlds this year. Is that correct? Can you tell us a bit more about that and how they're going to be participating in that event?
Well, the thing that's unique about Ed's program, it is a university program, and they're racing in I believe in the U23 division, which means that there are other teams that have older and potentially stronger paddlers, and he's playing in a league with essentially university age. So the majority of his crew are 19, 20, 21, in and around that range, against crews that have a lot of 23, 22, 23-year-olds. There's a massive difference over those years in strength. So the fact that he qualified at the Nationals last year for Club Crew Worlds in that division is pretty amazing. And I don't think that, I could be wrong, but I don't think that there are any other pure university crews that have done that in the country. His crew is quite excited about it. Obviously financially and as a commitment to go to Club Crew Worlds, the other side of the world, for university students is quite a large endeavor. But I think you can see that their program is working very, very hard to represent as well as they can, and it's a tribute to them and Ed's work that they've put themselves in this position.
Again, I agree with you, and we wish them well, and it's going to be an exciting time for them. Jim, I have two things I want to say here. I want to thank you for coming by, and I have a favor to ask you. And I was hoping that, seeing that, you're probably too modest to say it, but my guess is, if you haven't won this festival more times than anybody, I don't know who has. I know the history of this festival, and I think it'd only be appropriate if you would come back and you would call the final race of the Akawa Cup with me, and give us your vantage point and your expertise as we determine who's going to win that cup. Could you come back? And
I'll do my best, Scott. Time-wise, I'm not sure what the rest of the day brings, but I will keep that on the radar. And if all falls in place, sure, I'd be happy to come back and join you.
Well, I appreciate that, and again, thanks so much for dropping by, and hopefully you can come see us. But congratulations on all the success, and it's great to see you. And if we don't see you later on today, have a great rest of the summer paddling your outrigger canoe.
Thank you, Scott. And nothing has been said about Mr. Medill here, but I can tell you that every junior paddler that's come through, certainly Ontario, in the last 10, 15 years or so, owes a debt of gratitude for the development of that division to you, Scott. You were, and still are, the man when it comes to junior paddlers. So congrats on all your efforts, and good luck with your new canoe club, paddle club, as it builds and grows.
Thank you so much, Jim. I really appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate you coming by. All the best. Back, everyone. You're now looking live at race 19, and that is the Small Boat Open Championship. In lane 4, we have the Mofos. In lane 5, we have CSDC, and in lane 6, we have PDBC Senior C Open. And as you can see, this is, as Jim Farintosh said about the race before, this is a 200 meter, and this is all out all the way. It looks to me right now that we've got PDBC Senior C Open in a slight lead, followed closely by CSDC, followed closely by the Mofos. And it is indeed lane 6, PDBC Senior C Open, followed by CSDC, followed by the Mofos. I don't need to tell you, after listening to Jim Farintosh speak, that he is a fount of knowledge when it comes to the sport. And I was having a bit of a brain cramp there, and I could not, for the life of me, remember what CSDC stood for. And he reminded me that it's the Canadian Seniors Dragon Boat Club, and that in fact it was coined by Mac Hickox. We talked about many legends of the sport and many of the people who were founders of the sport. We talked about Jim and John Hollins and Brett Stein and Chris DeGraw. And Mac Hickox was someone who also was at the beginnings and took many athletes to world championships. I think the reason I was having difficulty was that CSDC has grown into such a massive club that it involves all age groups. And so I don't think of them as seniors. They certainly paddle as fast as anybody out there, and they're just an incredibly well-run and well-organized and well-executed club. And we are pleased that they're here today. Coming up to a course break. I guess it's a good thing, seeing that I can't speak anymore. During the course break, we're going to have a chance to talk to Locke, who has been flying the drones for us and providing this incredibly unique vantage point on the races. And I would really like to pick his brain about how he came up with the idea and what he's learned as he's done this. I think he's going to be in huge demand for the remainder of the season, and I would love to get his perspective. We'll be back in a second. We're back. Slight technical difficulty there. I'm not sure where we left off, but I think you were talking to us about the many technical elements you've brought.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you'd tell us a little bit about, obviously, what preceded your MVP Instagram account. Is it an Instagram account? No.
I started with Instagram. It was Facebook. Kind of joined together, and then yeah.
But obviously what preceded that was a love of the sport. You wanted to capture this sport, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about how you got involved in the sport and what drew you to it.
I started in university. I paddled for Ryerson Dragonboat Club back in 2007. So yeah, I've moved up did some coaching, steering, a few managing the club. Paddled for other clubs, jumped between. Now I just like jump on boats and when I have a chance to paddle. Yeah.
And what is it about the sport that you're trying to capture here? Because I think you are doing a great job. Scott Murray made the point earlier that, you know, you can tell, you can have people who are sort of spreading the word about dragon boat, saying it's an incredible sport, but until you see it, you don't really feel it. What is it that you're trying to capture with your camera today that will draw people to the sport? What are the elements that you really think need to be highlighted?
So usually the moments that we try to capture are like you see a lot of action shots from the ground, which is great, but you don't see too many of those aerial shots until more recently with other sports as well, especially with the Olympics. Recently had the first person view cameras falling down like the athletes as they go down the hills and stuff. So it gives you a different type of like you're in the action type of feel, and then as like people see that they can be part of that, they're more likely to like, oh, I can probably do that.
And for a Luddite like myself, if you had all the budget in the world, Locke, and you had, let's say that I was an angel investor and gave you a couple $100,000, what kind of things could we do with Dragon Boat that, you know what I mean, where right now you're hand operating a drone and stuff like that? What's some of the technology out there? We saw quite a bit of it at the Olympics. What do you see the future of capturing Dragon Boat and other paddle sports on film? What are we going to see in the future?
I want to see more like statistical kind of data you can gather from boats. So being able to see like locations of where the boats are and how fast they're going. Then the athletes can kind of look at their race afterwards and see like, oh, this is what we can improve. This is how fast we were going at like the mid of the race and stuff like that. So kind of gives you like how in baseball you see, oh, how fast they're pitching and stuff like that. So
you're going to hear me preface my questions with this phrase a lot. At the risk of sounding stupid, how much data, how many metrics can a drone itself capture, and how much of that would have to be, so if you were to talk about speed or stroke rate or acceleration, I've watched the Olympics and you get a sense of the speed. What's that being captured by? If not the drone, how are they capturing that data?
Oh, to be actually on the boat. There's a couple of companies that are kind of looking, or they've developed devices where they can sense the motion of the boat and then try to translate that into a stroke. It's a little bit harder for a dragon boat because there's so many people on there. So you got, So there's a lot of data to collect, but there are for like canoes and smaller boats. There are little devices that you can attach and get, like even the Insta360. You can see the people paddle and then they use the GPS data off their phones to kind of like map it with the video, and then you can overlay it with the information on there and see, oh, okay, at that point I was going that fast, and then what was I doing at that point? I don't know. But, but yeah, the instant feedback will be beneficial to like coaching.
And I guess there's certain sports that just sort of lend themselves because they're really in a self-contained grid. When I think of like what I'd like to see captured in canoeing, it's very similar to what I see being captured in swimming. So when I'm watching Summer McIntosh win all those gold medals at the World Championships, not only can the eye test tell me that she's out in front, but there's a graphic telling me that she's in fact 3.4 meters out in front, that she's in fact traveling at this speed, and that her competitor's traveling at that speed. And so you get a real sense of it. I guess the difficulty, I'm guessing, with a sport like Dragon Boat is such a vast playing area. Is that one of the challenges?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for all your hard work today. And can you tell us a little bit about what the season entails, where you're going to be going with your drone road show next?
So this is my practice run, and it's been great in terms of weather.
It sure
I can't ask for any better weather. Yeah, so next event I'm looking at is Ottawa. So anyone that's where I'm from right now, and anyone going to that event, I droned for them last year, and doing it again this year. So this time I'll add the live stream. Last year was just recordings. And then after that, Can-Ams, I'll be droning for them, and back for Alchemy Club Cup in, I think it was August.
Mm-hmm. Tell us a little bit about the Can-Ams. Where are they being held, and what does that event entail?
So Can-Am, Canadian American Club Crew Championships. It's a long acronym.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess that was like collaboration between the two countries since we're so close together, and I guess we both have strong paddlers and wanted to do like a biannually competition between the two countries teams. Last time we had it was in Welland. This year we're going to have it in Montreal. It was supposed to be alternating, but yeah. So hopefully the next one will be somewhere in the States. And but yeah, we have the Americans coming up and competing with the Canadians, and yeah, usually it's should be a good time for all in Montreal.
And I'll let you go on this, Locke, because I know you want to get back to figuring out your drones. But just in terms of the venue, I'm familiar with both the Montreal and the Welland venues, and the fact that they are sort of those self-contained grids that I talked about, where you've got, you can bike along the course, and it's very well set up in terms of not being in a bay.
Yeah.
Does that afford you more opportunities to do other things with technology that would be more difficult, say, in a bay situation?
It definitely reduces the risks of, things going wrong, especially this morning. But yeah, luckily it wasn't raining or anything today, and then yeah, usually it's those are Olympic like certified
venues. Yeah.
Everything's man-made.
Yeah.
And I'm usually in the finish tower, so it's like I get to get some shelter and also focus on, and there's a steady internet connection too. So
that's always helpful. I know that they've done drone footage of like various sprint races, to the point where when it malfunctions, there was a classic example in 2011 where someone was winning a race. It was Adam Van Couverden, actually. He was winning his K1 by a long shot, but the drone wasn't following him, and he had enough sense to say, why isn't the drone, is there someone else winning? And it turns out, no, in fact, he was winning. But I think those kind of venues where it is sort of, for lack of a better term, a 2,000-meter swimming pool, I'll be really interested to see what you can come up with for that. Thank you so much for all your work today, and continue success throughout the summer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all the best. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the 30th running of the Pickering Dragonboat Festival. We are back from the course break, and we are getting lined up for race 20, and that's the Rec Women B Championship. In lane 2, we have the Wonder Broads. In lane 3, we have the Dragon Queens. In lane 4, we have the Beasties. And in lane 5, we have my favorite name of the day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance. And it's not Kid, but that's what I wrote down when I was writing it down because I had that much of an association. I'll make a correction on that in a second. It's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew. And I am delighted to say that the wind has now turned around. We started with a really blustery wind. We heard from the chief organizer of the festival, Scott Murray, to say that this morning they had to start with 200s and then move on to 500s because the wind was whipping from the north. But now it's turned into quite a powerful but very manageable tailwind, and that's going to make for some faster races, and that will be a welcome change for these competitors who have raced once or twice today already. They're on the start line and they are off. Looks like a nice clean start. And again, going from the top of the screen to the bottom, we have the Wonder Broads in lane 2, the Dragon Queens in lane 3, the Beasties in lane 4, and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew in lane 5. And right now it's very, very close as they go through the first 100 meters and have completed their start sequences. They're now moving down into traveling speed. And as you can see, there's a little bit more airtime, allowing the boat to run in between strokes and allowing that wind to do a little bit of the work for them. As we move up to the 200 meter part of the race, going through the buoys, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew have gone from a 2-seat lead now to a half boat lead on their way to a 3/4 of length boat lead over lane 4, and they are the Beasties, followed closely by the Dragon Queens and the Wonder Broads in lane 2. Just in behind these competitors is a person, the referee, who's in a Zodiac, and he's making sure that the competitors stay in their lane and do not drift over in their lane, as there is a little bit of advantage to be had if you can get onto a wave. We are well through halfway through the course, and it looks as though Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew have opened up open water on the field. Lane 3, the Dragon Queens, have really stated their intention here through the middle part of the race, and they are challenging the Beasties with everything they have. It's a very close race for second place, but there is no question as we make our way into the final 100 meters, barring disaster, who is going to be the winner of this race. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Crew have begun their final sequence, and they're on their way to victory. But what remains to be seen is who is going to win the silver medal. It's being closely contested between the Dragon Queens in lane 3 and Beasties in lane 4. And in all honesty, I do not know who has the advantage here. They're coming down, and it looks as though the Beasties might have a dragon head in front. But in all honesty, I'm going to let that, let the judges decide that. The Wonder Broads are making their way through the finish line as we speak. And I'm guessing that these are the championship races. Unless these competitors are in the 2K race, which is happening later today, they'll be going from the dock, likely to the beverage tent, to get something cold and something brown. It won't be iced coffee, and I'll leave that to your imagination. Welcome back. You are now looking live at race number 21, making its way down, going through its warm-up. Locke has his drone way far down the bay. We just had a spectator say, oh my gosh, he's way down there, and he was right. Locke would have his drone about 500 meters down the course. What you're looking at there is the very end, the spit as we call it, that separates Frenchman's Bay from Lake Ontario. And when you have a tailwind of this magnitude, it often helps to make your way all the way down there and let the wind kind of push you back, and it's a little bit easier to turn the boat around. I'm going to set the lanes for this race number 21, which is the Rec Women A Championship. In lane 1, we have CSDC Triple Red Line. In lane 2, we have ODM. In lane 3, we have PDBC Senior C Women. In lane 4, we have CSDC Double Red Line. And in lane 5, we have CSDC Red Line. And as we make our way through the progressions, what you're going to find is, those of you who have been in the sport know this, but those of you who might be new to the sport, as the races carry on throughout the day, the races become closer and closer, simply because the competitors are now seated. And so these are similarly boats with similar speed and strength, and so this is the one that counts. This is where they give out the medals, and this demands your best effort, the final race of the day. And again, that's for those people who are racing simply the 200s and 500s today. Not that there's anything simple about racing a 200 and 500, better than not competing in the 2 kilometers, which always closes out the regattas. I'm going to let you enjoy some of the footage, and then I will bring the race home to you once they get lined up. And as we watch this beautiful footage being provided by the drones, and we wait for race 21 to make its way down to the start line, we would encourage you to, if you're a spectator today and you've never been part of the sport of dragon boating and would like to give it a shot, we encourage you to do so. There are crews for every single skill level. It's an incredibly welcoming sport. It's a sport that's done by para-athletes, and it's a sport for everyone. So we will be providing a little bit more information as the day goes on in terms of how you might be able to sign up. But right now, on the line, we have race number 21. That's the Rec Women A Championships. And they are locked and loaded. And they are off. In lane 1, CSDC Triple Red Line. Lane 1 being the top of the screen. In lane 2, ODM. In lane 3, PDBC Senior C Women. In lane 4, CSDC Double Red Line. And in lane 5, CSDC Red Line. And as you can tell, they are paddling very strongly. This is the A Championship. And as I said to you before, that we would have closer races as the races went along. And that is holding true right now, as all 5 boats are neck and neck in this race. As we make our way to the 200-meter mark, it looks as though CSDC Red Line has pulled a 3-seat lead, followed closely by lane 4 CSDC Double Red Line, and in lane 3, PDBC Senior C Women. ODM and CSDC Triple Red Line are also well in the hunt. But unlike the other races that we've had today, you can see that there's no open water being drawn, and that almost all the boats are within a boat length of distance. They're coming down with about 200 meters left to go, and it looks as though CSDC Redline has emerged as the team to beat here, and they have almost opened up open water on the two teams chasing them, which are CSDC Double Redline and PDBC Senior Women, who are battling it out for second place. Battling it out for fourth place is ODM and CSDC Triple Redline. And it looks as though they did indeed pull some open water. Oh my goodness. That was incredibly close between PDBC Senior C Women and CSDC Double Redline for second place. I'm going to leave that to the judges, but that was a very well contested race. Congratulations to all the participants.
Just returning my
Everyone to the 30th running of the PDBC Pickering Dragonboat Festival. I'm joined here by the busiest man in the sport. His name is Brad Bridger. And Brad, can you tell us how many teams you are involved with and / coaching today?
I've got 2 clubs here. I've got the MoFo Dragonboat Club and CSDC, that stands for Canadian Senior Dragonboat Club. Altogether, we have 10 teams performing at the PDBC Regatta, an annual regatta which we do not miss. We absolutely love this regatta. And
we're glad to hear that. What is it about the festival, Brad? I know you got some local roots, but what else makes this this regatta special to you?
Yeah, certainly the local roots, being growing up as a Pickering boy for sure. But this regatta has been going on for 30 years. It started with a lot of flat water out of Pickering Rouge, and obviously morphed into PDBC, and PDBC's been running it for 30 years, which is fantastic. We really love this regatta because of how well Alchemy runs this. We use great equipment, great boats. It's a great race course. It's set up absolutely professional, and we just love these professional events.
I couldn't agree more. And speaking of how professional it is, I've asked this of every person I've had on here for a little sort of Q&A, and I always just get them to comment on what they're seeing, because this is the first time that I've seen drone footage of a local regatta. Brad, you've been on this bay a number of times. What are you seeing here when you look at the footage that Locke is providing for us?
It's great footage, and this is the type of footage that we like to have, especially after a regatta, so we can do some analysis. But what I'm seeing from this drone footage is fantastic. Like I said, it's like a real professional event, just like you would be at a IDBF World Championships or the Dragonboat Canada World National Championships. It really allows you to see the performance of the boats and the athletes from start to finish line, which in some venues has been difficult in the past. So it's great to see this technology be getting put to great use.
I couldn't agree more. And I'm going to get you to help me call the race that's coming up here, Brad. And if you can talk to any of the teams, if you recognize any of them or the clubs, I'm just going to go through it lane 1 through 5. And again, that's top to bottom. We have the PDBC Blazing Blues in lane 1. We have NAGYN in lane 2. We have Holy Ship in lane 3. Koa in lane 4, and Tribal Aloha in lane 5. Any familiarity with any of those teams, Brad?
Yeah. Koa is out of CSDC. So it's a lot of our senior C athletes and some of our rookie athletes to the sport, as well as our club. And they've just been doing phenomenal. Some of these teams have been around for quite a number of years now. I believe Tribal Aloha has been around, and Holy Ship has been a staple for a number of years now.
And the race has begun, and as I've said to the dozens and dozens of people who are listening to the stream, as the races go on, the progression goes on, the races become closer. And I'm wondering, Brad, if you can take us behind the curtain as you get into these championship races, and that does that affect how you call a race in the back or at the front of a boat?
I think you want to keep it consistent. Really, these athletes, the adrenaline gets going through them for sure, especially in a final. So a lot of it is just making sure that they're going through their progressions, their technique, staying big, doing the little things right to be successful over 500 meters.
And what are some of the reminders, focus reminders that you would give a crew, or how many times, I think this is always a point of contention, is how many series would you call in a normal 500 meter race of this nature?
Normally I would call 2 series. I like to do it a little bit more organically, where I watch the race unfold, although a lot of coaches or steers people will call it at set marks. And it's just how you train your athletes and how you need them to perform. Now we're starting to see them come through, I think almost the 250 here, 200 to go, I believe. And now we're starting to see that rhythm and that power really kind of take over. What you want to do is try to maximize on your carrying speed and your glide with these boats as long as you possibly can.
And Brad, I think you might have brought one of your teams some good fortune here, because it looks to me from this vantage point that Koa in lane 4 has a slight lead over lane 5, which is Tribal Aloha. What are you seeing from your charges out there in lane 4?
Yeah, what I'm seeing is they're getting off the back very nicely. They're really moving forward to the front of that stroke with a good rotation, and now they're just going to pick it up just a little bit, not too sprinty, but just still keep on that power finishing the stroke, just bringing up that rate just a touch.
That's a beautifully executed race there. It looks to me as though it's going to be a strong win for Koa in lane 4, and then followed closely by lane 5, Tribal Aloha, with lane 3, Holy Ship, rounding out the medals. We have in lane 2, NAGYN, and lane 1, PDBC Blazing Blue. Brad, I know you have to get back to your many crews, but before I do, I heard there's some big news coming. One personally, in terms of what you've just been appointed to the World Championships in a coaching role. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, certainly. I have coached for Dragon Boat Canada's national teams in the past in the senior C age group. I've decided to change age groups, so definitely on the younger end of the spectrum this time. Really looking forward to it. It's really going to develop a new type of program, and one that will make Canada the forefront, the leaders of that age group. It'll be great.
And where are the Worlds being held next year, Brad, that you'll be taking this team to?
This team will be going all the way to Hong Kong, which is a traditional venue for our sport, and it's going to be tough competition out there. The Asian teams are very fast. The European teams are fast, so we've got our work cut out for us. But we're Canadian, we work hard, and we get results.
Before you'll be going off to Hong Kong, you'll be going off to a sunnier climb in the spring. You're also running a destination paddling camp. Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Yes, I will be running a camp in February this year. It'll be in Grand Bahamas, and it'll be small boat centric. So that'll be a 1-week program for anyone that's interested in coming down and getting out of the cold Canadian climate in February and staying up to date with their paddling, getting some good strong technique work in, and as well as a little bit of speed coming back for the next season.
I don't know, Brad. I think that's a tough sell. I'd rather be in Pickering and Scarborough, looking at the many shades of gray that the sky and the strip malls afford us. That sounds like a really fabulous time. Thank you so much for making time to us today, Brad. Best of luck in the championship races.
All right. Thank you very much, Scott. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Take care.
Welcome back, everyone. You can see the footage. They are starting to turn around for race number 23, which is Rec Mix B, and I'll do the lanes for you in 1 second, but we're being joined by someone who's worked for the Pickering Dragonboat Club for the last few years. Can you introduce yourself to the audience, please?
Hello there, my name is Lorenzo Giovannoni. I am a current rec coach for PDBC and also a staff member for Alchemy Dragonboat Festivals.
And Lorenzo, I've been saying throughout the broadcast that it's not too late to join Dragonboat at any time of the year or at any point in your life. You've helped a number of novices into the sport. If someone's watching this live or watching this after the fact on the YouTube channel, what would your advice would be to someone who's not sure about whether or not they're capable of doing Dragonboat? What would you tell that person?
Honestly, I would tell them to still come out. It is a great sport to meet new people and get a level of experience that you never thought was ever existing before. This was introduced to me when I was in high school, and I really had the mentality of wanting to join a crew or a team where I really felt like it was all about teamwork rather than individuality and their skill.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's fortuitous that you've come by here, Lorenzo, because you're going to have some insights into some of the crews that we're about to see right now. We're about to see the Rec Mix B, and I'm going to be asking about some of the crews once I run through them. In lane 1, we had Tim's Tribe. In lane 2, we have the Guelph Griffin Dragonboat Club. In lane 3, we have the PDBC 18U. In lane 4, we have PDBC Honolulu Red. And in lane 5, Aloha. I'm guessing you have some insights that you can share with us about the PDBC teams.
Yes, the 18U crew is steered by one of my good friends, Bryce. He is a beginner level steersperson, and he's been holding himself really well today. I talked to him a little bit earlier, and he was a little nervous at first, and that's honestly the best motivator when you're on the water. It's nerve-wracking at first, but once you get going, it's just adrenaline. And with the rest of the crews, Hanui Red, that's actually one of my former crews, and it's good to see how they still have themselves maintaining a strong effort, as you can see in the footage right now. They are maintaining a well course with the rest of the crews, and we'll see what happens after the 250 mark, where the race really begins.
I think that's well said. It looks right now that Aloha has pulled into a slight lead, but honestly, it's anybody's race from 2nd through 5th. We have in lane 4 PDBC Honolulu Red, in lane 3 PDBC 18U, in lane 2 Guelph Griffin's Dragon, and in lane 1 Tim's Tribe. As a coach or as a steersperson, Lorenzo, what might you be doing for a series? What might you be reminding your crew to focus on?
The biggest thing I look for in terms of re-engaging when energy levels are going to deplete a little bit is to just stay long. The longest stroke is going to help you the most. We kind of get this little interpretation of Dragonboat. It looks like a sprint. That's a little bit of a deceptive mindset. What you really want to do is apply as much pressure and power into the water and pull as much water as you can from the front of your stroke to the end of your stroke before you go into your next one.
And lane 5, Aloha, is certainly doing that, and they look like they're going to win this race going away. They're going to be followed closely, though, by, it's anybody's guess, but it looks to me as though PDBC Honolulu Red has a slight edge over PDBC 18U, but again, from 2nd through 5th, it's less than a half a boat. That speaks to the quality of the racers and the closeness of the championships. What do you have coming up a little bit later? Are you steering today, Lorenzo, or is it more tomorrow, or what's up for you for the rest of the day?
For the rest of the day, I am more or less just a staff member for Alchemy Festivals and helping out where people need advice or have interest about dragon boats. They are more than welcome to come find me at the Alchemy tent, where I'll be residing for the main rest of the day. Tomorrow, I will be racing with the Premier Open men's crew. The big dogs, keep a lookout for them.
There we go. I can't stress it enough that it is a sport for everybody and that there's a place for everybody. And if you're a novice, a coach like Lorenzo or some of the other people that we met today, Scott Murray and that, they'll be happy to welcome you in and you'll be welcomed into the community. And if you've ever thought about doing it, you can get in touch with PDBC at pdbc.ca. And if you're not living in the East End, There are dragon boat organizations across the city, on the west end and centrally as well. It's quite easy to find them online. Lorenzo, thank you so much for dropping by, and continued success. Welcome back, everyone. You're seeing what has been described as a sick bit of footage of the 30th annual Pickering Dragonboat Festival. We've had a number of people who have seen every single edition of this festival, but we're going to now be joined by someone who's relatively new to the sport, and she's going to introduce herself to you right now.
Hello, my name is Maya. I joined the sport about 2 years ago, I think, paddling for my community team. Honestly, one of the best decisions I've ever made. I have made so many new friends, and yeah, honestly, if you're looking for something to do, I recommend getting out there.
We were just saying that with our last guest, Lorenzo, and how they could join in that. Glad to hear you say you're having such a good time with it. You just finished one of the most important jobs of the festival, which was drumming for a team. Can you tell us who you're drumming for and how many times you've done that in your life, Maya?
I was drumming for the Guelph University team. This was my first time ever doing it. I did it for both their 500-meter races. Honestly, it was a really cool experience because you gotta get to see what's happening from a different perspective, because I've always been in the boat and I never really get to look at it like down the aisle and see how everything's working and coming together.
And I'm sure you spoke to the steersperson before the race. What were some of the things that the steersperson or the coach shared with you in terms of what your role as a drummer was, and what were you trying to do as the race, before the race even happened and as the race progressed?
I think the main thing is just trying to keep your team motivated and relay the information, letting them know that winning is not the only important thing, and just overall team improvement is the main goal to look for, because no matter what, like if you improve as a team, your day is going to be great.
Couldn't agree more. And I've asked this question to a number of the coaches, and that, how many series did you call throughout the race, Maya? How many times did you call the boat up for a series in the middle of the race?
Oh.
Maya's looking at me with pie eyes right now. So I'm guessing you left that to the steersperson.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, so were you a reassuring voice in terms of telling them to keep their eyes in their own boat,
yeah,
to make sure that they're using their body, etc., etc.? I'm going to let you look at the footage here as I line the next race up, which is the Rec Mixed A race. We just finished the Rec Mixed B race, which you just drummed. But in lane 1, we have PDBC Senior C Mixed. In lane 2, we have the Mofos. In lane 3, we have True North Leviathan. In lane 4, Mahalo. And in lane 5, Ohana. They're on the start line and they seem to be locked in. We're just waiting for lane 1 to make its way up, and they will be off momentarily. And we have a start for Rec Mixed A, race number 24. And again, you were sitting on that drum just a few short minutes ago, Maya. What are you trying to do as a drummer through the start of the race?
Making sure that everybody is overall just putting in all their effort and having a good hard start, getting deep in the water. If you have a good, powerful, strong start, it's going to help you all throughout the race.
Couldn't agree more. And as we look at it, we're looking at it from here, Maya. We're looking at lane 1 at the top of the screen and lane 5 at the bottom of the screen. I've been saying throughout the broadcast that as the races proceed throughout the day, it becomes a very close race. If you had to pick a crew that's winning right now, who do you give the edge to?
Probably number 5, but you know, things can take a turn. So I also have faith for lane number 2, which is the PDBC.
Actually, that's the Mofos.
My bad.
The Mofos, that's okay. It's all right. It's hard to tell, but we're there. But I agree with you. It's very close right now. It looks as though Ohana in lane 5 have the edge, but not by much. And you're saying lane 2 is really battling, and they are. Mofos out of lane 2, which the way the race is seated, we don't expect to see lane 2 be that far into the mix, but they're clearly in the mix. And we have got an incredible race shaping up as we come down here to the final 100 meters. We're starting our finish procedure. And what would you be saying to the crew as you enter these last 100 meters, Maya?
Oh, give it your all. You have the last 100 meters, just do it.
And that's what all of the drummers are saying to the crews right now. And we have, lane 1 really making a surge as well.
4.
And 4, and it's really close here as we go across. Yes. I do believe that perhaps Ohana won, but I'm not going to speculate on the rest of the positions because it was too close to call. Maya, are you drumming for the 2K race or are you done for the day?
I think I'm done for the day. I'm going home.
Maya's going home today. Maya's also been volunteering with a youth team for the past month called Every Kid Can Paddle, the Lily Dippers as we like to be called, and she will be coming back tomorrow.
Yep.
To help out with the high school kids. We thank her for her help today. We thank her for her help in advance tomorrow. And we thank her for stopping by. Thanks so much for coming by, Maya.
Of course. Have a wonderful day.
Okay. You are looking live at Frenchman's Bay at the 30th annual Pickering Dragonboat Regatta, and we are awaiting race number 25, and that's the 24U Mixed B Championships. In lane 3 will be the Crimson Dragons, in lane 4 will be the University of Waterloo Dragons, and in lane 5 will be Holy Macaroni. And if the qualifying heats told us anything, it's that this is going to be an incredibly tightly contested race. These are all evenly matched teams. They're all towards the outside of the course, and this promises to be a great race, followed by the A Championship, which is going to be, I think, one of the best races of the day. We look forward to bringing it to you in momentarily. And welcome back. We are moments away from the start of race number 25. This is the 24U Mixed B Championship. In lane 3, Crimson Dragons. In lane 4, University of Waterloo Dragons. In lane 5, Holy Macaroni. And they are off. This is going to be a really wonderful race to watch. It was a clean start, and all three boats really had good grip on the first starting sequence, and it looks as though lane 5 and lane 4 have moved out to a slight lead over lane 3, the Crimson Dragons. Lane 5, that's Holy Macaroni, and lane 4, that's University of Waterloo Dragons, and I don't think there's much between them at this point. It's going to come down to who has the most efficient traveling stroke, and right now it's difficult to see who that is. Again, we have been gifted with a lovely tailwind for the finals. We are 5 races away from the conclusion of events today, at least as far as the 200 and 500 meter races go. And as they make their way through the 250, oh my goodness, it is quite a race here between lane 4 and lane 5. That's University of Waterloo Dragons and Holy Macaroni. You can see from the angle there that with the wind, whether it's a headwind or a tailwind, it can make the steering a little bit tricky, and the steers people are doing a great job making that look easy. But believe me, having been out there, it can get a little crazy, and they're doing a great job. They're coming into the final 100 meters of the course, and it looks as though Holy Macaroni has pulled out to a lead, and they are followed closely by Waterloo, but it will be by a half a boat. Holy Macaroni in lane 5, followed closely by the University of Waterloo Dragons, and then finally the Crimson Dragons out of lane 3. You can see from the drone footage the actual wake that is given off by the boats, and that's from quite a distance. The fact that you can even detect that wake speaks to how powerful the wake can be and how difficult that can be to overcome when you've fallen behind in the race course. So if you actually get close enough to another boat, you can ride their wake. You can literally do what's called ride the wash, and that's something that we'll be seeing later on today when they contest the 2K races. But we're still doing the 500-meter finals, and up next is the one for all the marbles for the university division, and that's race 26, and we'll set that race up for you in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, and we have one of the premier races of the day. This is the 24U A Championship. In lane 1, PDBC 24U. In lane 2, Iron Dragons Blue. In lane 3, RC Liquid Acids Bulls. In lane 4, Iron Dragons Gold. And in lane 5, Holy Macro. Not to be confused with Holy Macaroni. That's the other team. So as Jim Farintosh let us know earlier, the McMaster program, along with the University of Toronto program, along with McMaster and all the other universities, have a very strong program, and this is going to be an incredible race for us to watch and enjoy. They've made their way through the first 100 meters, and right now, I know it's a cliche to say it, but it is really true in this case. It is anybody's race. All 5 boats within, I would say, 3 seats of one another. PDBC 24U got off to a lightning start out of lane 1, no less. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold on to that position. But right now, it is still incredibly close. I wish I had a commentator here next to us. It looks as though lane 5, Holy Macro, has pulled to a slight lead over lane 4. That's the Iron Dragons Gold. But again, we're talking a slight lead here. There's less than a half a boat separating all 5 of these crews, and the spectators can feel it and can feel how close a race this is, and they're certainly cheering them on. We're past the halfway point, and again, it's anybody's race, but it looks as though Holy Macro in lane 5 has the slight advantage over the field, followed closely by lane 4, Iron Dragons Gold, followed again by lane 3, Liquid Assets, Bulls. They're into the final 50 meters. And it is going to be McMaster, Holy Macro coming first, followed by Iron Dragons Gold. And then after that, oh my goodness, we almost had a collision between lane 3 and lane 2. As I said in the past race, those boats, when they're fully at capacity and they're going at that speed, can give off quite a wake. And it looks as though one of the teams got sucked into the other boat's wake, but it looked as though we were able to avoid disaster. Great race by all the participants. Congratulations on a fantastic competition. Welcome back, everyone. You're seeing an incredibly cool shot, as my guest just said, of the beginning of the race course. This is the 30th annual Pickering Dragonboat Festival, and we are waiting on race number 27, which is the Small Opium Championships. And in lane 3, we'll have the Mofos. Lane 4, we'll have CSDC. And in lane 5, we'll have the PDBC Senior C Open. And we are delighted to be joined by someone who's relatively, again, new to the sport. And can you introduce yourself to the audience?
Hi, my name's Jazz. I'm the coach of the Guelph Griffins Dragon Boat.
Welcome aboard, Jazz. And how long have you been involved in the sport?
So I got into Dragon Boat about 4 years ago now with Mr. Medill over here. In high school, we ran a community team, and that's how I got involved in the sport.
And it's so wonderful. We had a conversation earlier on in the year. I was actually asking you to come volunteer with the junior program that we're still running because of the efforts of you and a number of others that are paddling here today. And I was delighted to hear you say that you were coaching now. And tell us how that how you went from being a paddler to a coach.
Yeah, so in my first year with Guelph, that was 2 years ago now. I just finished my second year at Guelph. My first year at Guelph, I heard that they had a team, so I decided I was going to join. And pretty quickly into joining the team, I had some interest from my coaches in me perhaps coaching. I had a coaching background in kayak and canoe, and they were very intrigued by that coaching background that I already had in water sports. And so in January of my first year on the team, so January 2025, the head coach reached out to me. She said, would you be interested in coaching? I said, absolutely. Maybe like come summertime, maybe next September in my second year. And that summer I happened to break my sternum. So I couldn't be involved in the boat the way I had previously hoped for the summer. But I found my place in the boat, sitting on the drum, learning to take things in and develop that coaching eye.
Yeah, let's talk about the coaching eye. We had a conversation off camera where you said, until I became a coach, I didn't think about these things. What are some of the things that a beginner coach quickly learns that they have to take account of in order to be a successful coach in that role?
Yeah, absolutely. Becoming a coach is no easy feat. They kind of, no joke, toss you into the deep end. The only way to learn to be a coach is by doing. So a lot of what I was doing was quote unquote on the job learning. You just got to get out there and learn. The first thing that I learned about were headwinds and tailwinds. When I was in the boat as a paddler, I wasn't thinking very much about how the wind affected our sport. But once I got up on the drum and eventually back to steer, you start learning about how that affects the boat, how to maneuver a boat. And then I think the biggest thing is managing a team is a very interesting experience, and unlike anything I've ever done. You manage, like 20 people at a time. It's quite daunting at first, but it's a team. You learn to trust each other, you grow together, you learn together, and you just become a unit.
And that's completely true, and we're seeing 3 boats out there right now that are paddling really nicely in sync, and I'm going to have you help me call this race down the course. In lane 5, so we're going bottom to top here. In lane 5, we have PDBC Senior C Open. In lane 4, we have CSDC. And in lane 3, we have the Mofos, and they are paddling 10-person in a 20-person boat. Jazz, do you have a lot of experience with the smaller boat sort of setup, either in a large boat or in a dedicated small boat?
So in my first year in Dragon Boat, getting our community team off the ground with Mr. Medill here, we did not have enough people to race a full boat. So we raced small boat in this very same festival, and it was an incredible time. It's definitely very different racing in a full boat now like I do, but in a 10-person boat, you're connected, everyone knows everyone, you have to breathe as one, you are one in that boat, which is the same in a 20-person boat, but it's even more amplified in a 10-person.
Well said. You are a great guest here, Jazz. And as we go down through the halfway mark, we have lane 4 seems to be CSDC. I think I'm seeing this right. Jazz has a slight lead over lane 5, which is PDBC Senior C Open. And in lane 3, in third place, we have the Mofos. Talking about headwinds and tailwinds, when you're in a 10-person boat, you're really, really happy to see a tailwind.
Yeah, and that tailwind's something you're hoping for in a small boat. To go against a headwind with that few people, the boat's so much lighter than it is generally, there's obviously space for 20, and that's what the boat is accounting for. So that 10-person boat with a tailwind is the ideal condition. That's what you're looking for.
And we have quite a race coming down here right now, Jazz. Lane 4 and lane 5. You can see it from your vantage point. That is too close for me to call. We saw that from the drone perspective. We saw that from the naked eye from sort of our point here on the judges line. I honestly don't know who won that past race. What do you look forward to in the future, Jazz? You still have 2 more years. And can I ask, what program are you taking at Guelph?
Yeah, so I'm going to my 3rd year of a double major in English and philosophy at Guelph. In the coming year especially, I'm hoping to create a really strong rookie class. My goal is to recruit 35 athletes. It might be a little ambitious, but I think I can do it. That's just about getting out there, showing up to events and clubs, fairs and things, showing our presence around campus, and becoming a place where people are interested to join. So I'd like to have a very big rookie class, yeah.
So if you're from the University of Guelph and you've ever thought about, geez, I'd really like to get involved into a sport, and I enjoy doing intramurals and that, but I'd like to take it to a next level, where can they find more information on joining your team, Jazz?
Yeah, so we have a Instagram where all of our information is posted. We also have mailing lists, but our Instagram is Griffin's Dragonboat, sorry, and you send a message to that account at any time, and any of our exec members would be happy to help you out. There are links in the bio about sign up and things, but if you have any questions at all, our exec team is happy to help you over that Instagram account.
And I'm just wondering here, but I imagine the logistics are tough. And watching the races today, we see a strong presence from Guelph, and we see and I know they've been building this, and this could be the model. I know they have a really strong program at McMaster. Has there ever been any talk about maybe joining to just sort of train for a day or for a weekend with a university that's in such close proximity to you?
Yeah, so McMaster would be a very fun team to work with. They know their stuff. They're a very lovely team to watch a race. Last summer we did some joint work with University of Toronto Scarborough's team, which was super fun. We ran a training camp with them in hopes to go to Montreal for nationals. We didn't end up making it for some unforeseen circumstances, but even regardless of not making it, we had a great time that weekend with all of our friends from UTSC, and we forged a really close bond with that team. So expanding to other teams like McMaster would be a really lovely idea, and I think that I should bring that up.
Well, it sounds to me, if you've got UTSC, it is nice that the universities are close to one another. It cuts down on costs, and it just allows through friendship through the water, which we were talking about with Jim Farintosh. Just for the season coming up, what's next on the regatta schedule for you guys? Where do you go from here?
So our next regatta will be Hamilton Regatta. I believe that's July 4th. It's always a nice regatta. They've got a pirate ship, which is pretty freaking cool. I like the pirate ship. Big selling point for us at Hamilton is that pirate ship. It's a lovely regatta. Like all the Alchemy regattas, it's run super well, super smoothly. And we're looking forward to having about a month now to practice as a team, because our last race was Milton last weekend, so we had a very, very quick turnaround as a team. And that was a little tough, so we're hoping to have more time to work together as a team, become more coherent and better paddlers all together.
I wasn't aware that you were at Milton. The fact that you lived to tell the tale from that weekend. I could barely stand 20 minutes outside with my dog, much less paddle a boat down the water. So hats off to you and your fortitude. Turning around the training must have been the easiest thing. I can't imagine how cold that day must have been. Jazz, thank you so much for stopping by. Continued success, and please, I know you'll be back for the festival next year. Please come and visit us again next year.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me.
Okay. That is not two teams on their way to the start line. That is two teams on their way down from the start line. You are looking at race 28. That's the small women's championships. And this is a match race between two teams from the same club. In lane 4, we have PDBC Honolulu Red. And in lane 5, we have PDBC Senior B Women. And that is just a fantastic shot that Locke has set up for you there. This is where, when we were talking to Brad Bridger, one of the many great things that you're going to have from looking at this is you're going to have this as a really great training tool, and the teams will be able to get a sense of not only their stroke rates, but their unity as a team, and how they're sort of approaching this race. So as we make our way down through the halfway point, it looks as though lane 5, the PDBC Senior B Women, have a strong lead over their team members, and they are the PDBC Honolulu Red. And they are coming into the final 200 meters of the race. It's just been a beautiful day, enjoyed by all, including the many seagulls that you can see frequenting the lens. Locke has smartly decided to elevate above them, and I saw this the other day when I was at a practice. I've never seen so many seagulls in my life flocking around the boats. So maybe the boats are bringing the smelt or what have you to the top of the water. That's what's happening in practice. Yeah, as we make our way into the final 50 meters, it is the PDBC Senior B Women, followed in short order by PDBC Honolulu Red, and that was race 28, the Small Women Championships. Well done, ladies. You can make your way to the beer tent. You have earned your refreshments. And this is our final course break of the day before the 2,000 meter races. Locke has gone way above the seagulls, the flight path of the seagulls, and we're going to have a course break, and then we're going to have 5 crews contest what is undoubtedly the most exciting race of the day, which is the 2K race. It's 2 loops on a 500 meter course with some exciting turns, and we will be back momentarily to tell you the rules and how that's going to play out. Okay, welcome back everyone to the live stream of the 30th annual Pickering Dragonboat Festival. This is, I can say without hyperbole, the most important guest that we've had here today. She is the most responsible person for the entire festival. Do you want to introduce yourself? There you go.
The most responsible.
Well, I think I think you know all the moving parts better than anyone. Am I right
I
in
think
saying
so.
that?
Yeah. I think that's true. My name is Katie Dunlop, and I am the vice president of Alchemy and the Pickering Dragonboat Club. But I'm also the sort of organizer, operator, planner, logistics lady for this festival, and it's very exciting.
And how many years have you been in that position, Katie, where you're overlooking all aspects of the operation?
Since 2019.
Since 2019. Yeah. And what have you learned? What are some of the, not going through everything, but what are some of the things that you picked up in making it a more efficient operation? Because I'm not saying this to blow smoke or whatever. We've had a number of people come on and say we enjoy the festival because Alchemy does such a great job of running it. What are some of the things that you've learned in your time in that position?
Honestly, number one is our staff. Like, that's just the truth. Like, we have a super reliable team who has been with us since 2019. This event has been around for a really long time, but in 2019 we took on a number of events. I think we do about 15 a year. And in 2019 we started building our core staff. They're super dedicated. They're all DBC officials. They do regular staff training with us. They know the ups and downs of everything. We also have like our own sight and sound team who works for a professional sight and sound company. We have our own photographers. We have our own sort of professionals in all of their duties. And we've been super lucky because they've stayed with us year over year over year. So we're sort of a well-oiled machine at this point. It's not like trying to find people for every event.
And just listening to you list all the different things that have to happen at a Dragonboat festival, and we haven't even talked about the paddling part. I'm just tired hearing you talk about that. And we have someone who knows how to use the air horn as well. But this is a weekly thing. Is it fair to say that there is really no day off once you start on this sort of Dragonboat circuit?
Yeah, absolutely. So we start, the first event of the year is Milton. This year is May 23rd. And our last event of the year is Christie Lake, which is September 19th. And we have 2 free weekends between now and then, where we do not have a Dragonboat festival.
And so it's nonstop, because if you're not running the festival, then you're planning the next week's festival.
Yep.
And it was a rough start to the year this year. I'm sure you were more pleased than anyone. We had a bit of wind today, but can you take us through? I didn't make my way up to Milton, but I have to think that was maybe one of the most challenging events that you've ever hosted. Am I right in assuming that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we came out of that event saying that may have been the hardest one we've ever done, because the day before was supposed to be really terrible during setup, but the sun came out and it was a bit windy, but it was still, we managed through it. We put a lot of precautionary measures in place. Like we backed all of our trailers up around the marshalling area so that it blocked a lot of the wind. So we were hoping that the tents would stay in place and all that kind of stuff. And we had everybody, vibing that the weather was going to change on Saturday, and it absolutely did not. It got really, really bad. And it was a lot of rain. It was very cold, and it was very, very rainy and very, very windy. And so it was a tough event to run. But the teams were great. Everybody was super thankful that we were there and still doing it, and cross our fingers that next year we'll get a new one, a good one.
Exactly. Yeah, no, this has been a really challenging spring with the wind, with the weather and stuff like that, but it looks like we have sunnier days ahead. Just in terms of PDBC, and we've been encouraging people who might be new to the sport and stuff like that. A lot of people who are going to be watching this are obviously established in the sport, but if you could talk to a person who might be watching this, who's sort of on the verge of maybe trying the sport, how do they get in touch with you? How do you start in the sport of Dragonboat?
I mean, ideally you get to hook up with a club that's big and has a lot of different programs to offer, because there's something for everybody. The Pickering Dragonboat Club, for instance, has a program for once a week beginners to the super competitive who are going to Taiwan, and they practice 4 times, 5 times, 6 times a week. So there's lots of different programming available. The best thing to do is visit our website, which is www.pdbc.ca, or get in touch with Bridget. She's the membership coordinator, and she sort of does all the directing, and you know, there's always something for someone. Even if they don't want to get into dragon boat directly, we've got other programs we can put them into. We have outrigger programs. We've just started Ohana, which is our para and special needs program. So that's brand new. We also have a BCS team that's just started. So we sort of have something for everyone.
That's fantastic. Tell us a little bit more about the outrigger program. I know that you purchased an OC6 over the year, and it's pretty exciting to see that at the Port Restaurant. And tell us, I know it's been a challenging year in terms of weather and that, but how has that added another aspect to the club, the OC6?
We just got it. It's called Pua Empanima, which unfortunately translates to dirty water, which is really an interesting name for that boat. But we're really excited to have it. It's a great cross-training option for people who maybe have retired out of dragon boat but still want to be on the water with friends and don't necessarily want to be in a small boat by themselves. It's also just a good training method for people who want to paddle more on either side and not just stick to one side. Because it's new to us, we've put it at Port Restaurant. Port is the official sponsor of it. So
I didn't know that.
Yes, they have officially sponsored the OC6 program. The beginning of the spring, again, like you said, the weather has not been very cooperative, and we haven't done a lot with it so far. Once July hits and it's nice and sunny, we do believe that there's going to be people out there a lot. And we do envision one day being able to race with it, or at least create racing teams out of it that can go to a variety of events. And yeah, it was my personal, I want this.
Yeah.
And it took like years to get it.
Yeah.
So now that it's here, I'm very excited, and I hope people take advantage of it.
And that leads me into my next question, which is, you're so busy in running the sport of canoeing. Do you get a chance to paddle yourself? Is that one of the reasons why you wanted the OC6, so you'd have that flexibility of, in the midst of your incredibly busy week, that you could actually get up for a paddle yourself?
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. So I actually was a competitive dragon boat paddler up until 2017, 2018. And then I kind of semi-retired for the time being because I had little kids who were busy, and I'm busy, and dragon boat is busy. So this year, actually it would have been last year, I transitioned back into competitive dragon boat. So I'm part of the senior A team at PDBC, and we're going to Taiwan in September to compete at the CCWCs. So obviously I can't compete or go to the regular practices all the time because I'm always at stuff like this. So I do a lot of outrigger training on my own. I have my own OC. I do a lot of paddling by myself, but I see the OC6 again as another way that I can take if I have a couple friends available to go out, when I don't have to wait for the whole dragon boat team to show up. So it definitely helps in cross training when I don't have all of my free time available to me.
And I won't keep you here much longer because I know that you're very busy in running the event and that, but I know that the Pickering Festival has gone through a number of permutations over the last 30 years, and it's sort of different people racing on different days. We've sort of got it down to a fine art now. Who is racing tomorrow? Who are we going to see on the live stream tomorrow?
So tomorrow is the sport teams, the majority of the sport teams, and then we also have the youth teams coming in. So all the biggest and fastest in Ontario and Canada, frankly, are going to be there racing in sport mix, sport open, sport women. And then we also have the youth teams, which are the up and coming groups. You're very familiar with this. And my son, actually, Jag, is going to be racing with Mr. Medill here for the very first time, his very first Dragon Boat Festival, which is interesting because he would never paddle for me, but he will paddle for you. So that's okay. So the youngest and the greatest, they're sort of coming together in one day. And that's kind of where it has landed the last few years, and it works really well from a formatting perspective, but it also, I find from a youth perspective, they show up and they see the best and the fastest people
really
race, and it has such an impact on how they see Dragon Boat in the future. So it's worked out well from that perspective.
Yeah, and Jag's been such a great addition to the team, and I would never have guessed that he's a novice to the sport, because he certainly has a knack for it. But beyond that, it's just been a really nice bunch of kids that have come out this year. And if I could see one thing, I just, if anyone's listening to this, a parent or whatever else, please think about putting your child into the sport of Dragon Boat. Unlike other sports teams, it's just a really welcoming, a lot of times kids are sort of labeled as athletes or non-athletes and stuff. There is none of that happening in Dragon Boat. And what we find is that they all can be, with proper coaching and proper support in that, can become great paddlers and lifelong paddlers. there are a number of people who are paddling here today who started with a certain program 20, 25 years ago. So thank you so much for coming by. It is a really well-run event, as are all your events.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's exciting to be a part of it. I'm glad we got a nice day.
Yeah.
It was sunny. And again, Locke makes this look really easy, but once you get a chance to see the footage that he's created, when you get a relaxing moment, I think you're going to be blown away by it. Just changes the view of the bay.
Totally. Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
absolutely. Well, thank you for having me. It's been a great addition having Locke here. This has worked out really, really well.
Yeah.
We're lucky we got some good weather, so we got some good footage. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see you at the next event.
Sounds great. Thanks so much, Katie.
Thanks, Dylan.
Take care. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the 30th edition of the Pickering Dragonboat Festival. We are awaiting what I think is the most enjoyable race to watch, which is the 2K event. And the 2K event is going to be contested by 5 crews. I'm joined here by Scott Murray, who has all the insight on all these crews. Tell us a little bit about each crew and who's contesting this 2K race.
Awesome, Scott. Thank you. Yeah, I think the sort of centerpiece to this race will be in the open category, where PDBC Senior C Open, which is going to be boat number 2, they won the 200, but CSDC won the 500 in a very, very like a photo finish race, and they'll be in boat 3. So that'll be the most interesting to watch when you have 2 teams that are virtually tied the rest of the day. This is their tiebreaker. Winner take all, winner gets the gold medal. That's not to discount the Mofos. The Mofos are boat number 1, but you know this, they're more known for their 200 meters than their 2,000 meters. So, and I know they take great pride in their 200 meters. So nice to see them out in the 500.
And again, just to make sure we're covering all the bases for the entire audience here, those who are not familiar with the 2K race progression, this is not going to be a race in which all boats start at the same time. How do they separate the boats, Scott, so that there's going to be a sort of safe running of the boats and an exciting running of the boats?
Yeah, great. This is a time trial race. So each team starts individually, and they will start 15 seconds apart. And the officials will time each and every boat, and you go by time. So this is one of the unique races where you don't know when you cross the finish line if you're first, second, or third. Coaches have developed a lot of strategies to figure out those distances. They just know what a boat length is, and they know if they're getting closer or further apart. But it's really exciting. The design is slowest to fastest. So the design is that action happens in the race, and all the rules are built around this concept that the trailing crews might pass the lead crews. So it makes it for a fan-friendly, visually exciting event.
Yeah, and you can see them, again, just incredible footage that's being provided here. They're starting to get into queue, and just to sort of go through the 5 crews, because they are in 2 different divisions here, just to make that clear to the audience. The first 3 boats are the open category, and that's the Mofos PDBC Senior C and the CSDC Open. Notice I did not say men's. You can have women in your open crew, but they're 15 seconds apart. It looks like we got 2 quick starts right off the bat here.
Fun fact, Medill, in boat number 2, there happens to be a woman in the boat. So good on you for noting that.
Yeah.
I happen to know there's a woman in seat 3 on the boat that's crossing the start line right now.
And so yeah, we've got 2 teams away here. The Mofos have gone off, and the PDBC Senior C has gone off, and now we have CSDC DC Open. And as Scott mentioned earlier on, the second and third boats, there's nothing to choose between them. This will decide who wins the cup. But now we have the women's go off here, and 4th boat, but the first boat for the women was the PDBC Red. And now we're just about to have PDBC Senior B, and they are away. Tell us a little bit about the women's crews and what to expect from both those crews, Scott.
So we got 5 crews in the race. The 4th and 5th crew are women's boats. And what's kind of cool about this is even though it's 10 athletes in a standard boat, they can get the boat speeds up to the same thresholds that they would in a small boat. Okay, so a small boat's built with only 5 benches. The standard boat has 10 benches. And so it's going to be great to see these women. Once they're up, the women are lighter, right? So once their boat is up out of the water, they can really make it move. They can really hold on to the glide in this format.
And tell us a little bit about the course itself. It's going to be contested on the 500-meter course. How do they navigate it going back and forth with the 2K?
Yeah, so it's 4 lengths. I mean, a lot of people call it NASCAR on water. You're doing always left turns, and there's 4 lengths, there's 3 turns, and teams are desperately trying to pass the other crew before they get to the turn, because you get right of way if you achieve any coverage of a crew So we have an example on our screen right now. It looks like PDBC is trying to chase down the mofos going into the turn. Right now, the mofos would have right of way. And so if you can get to a crew before the turn, you have right of way. If you can't get there, then you don't have right of way.
And so when you say coverage, you mean that any part of your nose is a part of any part of their tail? It's not a percentage of the boat or half of the boat or anything like that?
That's it. This is an outstanding example that we're seeing here, that the PDBC crew did not catch the mofos in time. So the officials would have given the mofos right of way, and PDBC has to go wide. They have to wait. So if that dragon head had passed that dragon tail earlier, then they would have been given right of way. So they just missed right of way, and because of that, they're having a more difficult turn.
Yeah, and you can see Mofo really traced the apex there well, and it was just PDBC.
He went inside the buoy. Medill, he went inside the buoy. We have a likely penalty there on the Mofos.
I see that now. Yes,
he went inside. You can see double buoys that double buoys represent the in and the out. So the Mofos are in the wrong lane right now, and they're probably figuring out what happened at this moment.
That's one of those ones where you see it and you don't see it at the same time as steersperson. What kind of penalty? I know that you don't want to go out on a limb here, and what is it? Customarily, how much of a penalty would you get for missing a buoy of that nature?
We have great officials here. Bernadette Byrne, the rule book she has it memorized in her head. I'm going to say it's a mandatory 10-second penalty, but I might be wrong on that. We'll have to check with Elliot Friedman to see if he can pull up the rule book to get it exact before our next commercial. But I'm expecting a 10-second penalty on a team that misses a buoy. We have a pass here happening. On the women's side, on the first straightaway, it looks like the Senior B women have passed red, and those teams are trying to navigate without touching. Very close, head to tail, very close.
So they're both going around, and it looks to me as though boat 5 is right on the tail of boat 4 there, and they're going to wait till the next straightaway before they make their move. But given the fact that boat 4 has done a wide turn, we'll wait to see what happens on the next straightaway. We have just got some great footage here, and Locke is screaming ahead to the first 3 boats that we can see here from the judges' stand. And again, I believe that is the Mofos out in front, but as you said, they were in the wrong lane.
Yeah, we have that same situation where PDBC has not got right of way on them, and they're trying like heck, and they're basically going to get blocked around the turn. Like, this is the real strategy to the race, that the PDBC crew is going to have to slow down here because they don't have right of way. They're the faster crew. They're carrying more momentum into the turn, but based on the rules, they did not have coverage. So now what's happening in the boat is they're easing off, and you don't want that. You want to be full tilt all the time. So this is a predicament.
They have certainly closed the time gap, and given the fact that the Mofos are likely, almost certainly, to get a time penalty, it's safe to say that PDBC will be ahead of the Mofos. What will be interesting is if the third crew, the CSDC crew, has in fact closed the gap to PDBC. Doesn't look as though that's happened. And this is going to be really interesting because, as you said, we won't know who's in fact won the race if there's a gap until everything's all said and done.
Yeah, I think from what I see, CSDC is ahead at this moment. PDBC has been hampered in 2 consecutive turns. They have not been able to make that pass, and tactically you have to make that pass, because slowing down in a turn, especially when the team you're competing with is just as fast as you, you know, that's going to be everything, right? And CSDC's had a nice clean run. They've had very little wash to battle through. They haven't had a team. Right now PDBC's stuck behind the Mofos, and you got to make those passes as soon as you can, because it'll hurt you. Right now, CSDC looks like to me that they're in the lead.
Although I have to say, I think that officials might have used their discretion. I don't know that there was 15 seconds in between each of the boats, so it sounded to me like they were going off a little bit sooner than 15 seconds. But we'll see. I think we've had a pass here where boat 5 has passed boat 4, which is to say that PDBC Senior B has passed boat 4, which is PDBC Red, in that last straightaway. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Yeah, that crew, that senior B crew you're seeing with PDBC, they are, many of them, that's a crew that is qualified for Taiwan, the Club Crew World Championships. So the reason this small crew event exists at this event is because teams want to train what they're going to race internationally. And there's not a lot of small crew race opportunities. And so that's the reason that this exists. So that crews that are going to Taiwan in September, they can get their practices in. There's nothing like racing to sharpen your skills.
They're certainly taking full advantage of it today. They're into the final loop here. And again, just incredible drone work here. We're screaming ahead of the women's race to then catch up with the men's race. And again, it'll be interesting to see if Pickering has in fact covered the mofos and in fact have made that first turn. But I don't know, from this vantage point, it looks like they're still locked in a...
Yeah, great view here. Great view here. Speaking of lock, what a great view. We can see PDBC on the inside. The mofos are now going wide, and that's a tough spot to be when you're the mofos, because you want to be as close to the buoys starting your turn, and now they're in a tough predicament. But now this is geometry. That's not my specialty, but there's a good chance. Like, it's tough for the mofos to make this turn without colliding. Oh, was that the... No, we still got it.
Yeah, this is
okay, we're still only halfway through the straightaway. So what PDBC wants to do is get rid of the mofos, right? They want to... Oh, there we might have had some contact on the turn as Alain looked at his tail. Mofo, oh, what's happening? Oh, these crews went too far, and CSDC found the ape. That's what I thought. These crews went 50 meters too far, Medill.
Oh.
So CSDC has passed both of those crews.
Oh,
CSDC has passed both of those crews. Those crews tried to go to Lake Ontario. They tried to go to Lake Ontario.
Oh my goodness. Now, is that fatigue, Scott? What could account for that? Is it I'm being honest here when I say the glare on the water, even from the drone shot, looks pretty considerable. Is it hard? It's been a while since I've been out there in a 2K.
I'm gonna guess that the steers people, right, it may be a race course they're unfamiliar with. So what represents, often there's big orange buoys everywhere, but there's double buoys at this event. So double buoys are the smaller kind, so easy to miss. So those steers people must have just saw a double buoy and just thought it was part of the course. They didn't pick up the apex.
Yeah.
You gotta pick up the apex buoys, which are orange and they're large. The entry and exit buoys, it's also a good reminder to come to the captain's meeting, because if you come to the captain's meeting a couple days before, you know all the intricacies of the race course.
Well, that error has led to, I believe, as you said, CSDC was most likely in the lead.
Yes.
Leading up to that anyway, but that has made it very clear. CSDC has got several boats of open water now on PDBC, who is fighting valiantly here down the stretch. But CSDC, in winning this race, Scott, will they win the overall championship?
They'll win the overall championship because they came into this race deadlocked, essentially at 5 points each, because PDBC it's a 3-2-1 system because there's 3 boats. So PDBC it was 3-2-1 PDBC CSDC in the first event, which was 200, and then it was 3-2-1 the opposite. So they came in with 5 points apiece, and now CSDC will get 3 points and PDBC will get 2 unless something unforeseen happens in the last 100 meters.
Of course, yeah. But
never a dull moment.
As we see now, CSDC looking very strong as they enter the last 100 meters of the race course. As you said, they've had a clean race the entire time. They didn't have any sort of impediments to their run, and they got a really nice gift on that final turn.
This is the 2K, they call it the steersperson's race, right? So it's like being a goalie in hockey. You can be the hero, but you can also be the GOAT, and there's a lot of empowerment to the steersperson in this event, which is great. Everybody matters in a dragon boat, right?
And you've been involved in the sport for a long, long time, Scott. I don't have to tell you. Who do you put on your Mount Rushmore of steers people? Who have you seen, as you say, as goalies and stuff like that, steal races and sort of be that edge that a team needs?
There's a lot of greats, but I'll just go from my own personal experience. Like people that I've raced, somebody who became, became a mentor to me in steering. That I learned a lot of tricks from him. is Matt Robert. Matt Robert, Wong's Dragon Slayers in 2003 were the first non-Ontario team to win the Oikawa Cup.
Oh, wow.
And Matt Robert was steering Wong's Dragon Slayers. He still is. He's a brilliant steers person, and someone who we've both raced with, who we talked a little bit earlier about Chris DeGraw in wash riding.
Yeah.
Someone who he taught to wash ride is Brian Urbanek.
Yes.
Who is quite a good steers person as well, and very light. Right, so you get that advantage of being light and being skilled.
Yeah, and it's changed over the years because we go back far enough that we remember the teak boats and the huge washes that they would give off. The BUK is not quite as much, but we have the women's race now finishing up. And again, this has been, as you mentioned before, this is international caliber competitors here. We have the PDBC Senior B here having a very strong race. What are you seeing from them, Scott, as they come?
This looks good. Look at the synchronicity. Like they're perfectly in stroke. They're really getting down to the water.
Yeah.
There's a lot more range of motion than people think from shore, and this shot really shows it. Really moving the body from start to finish. Exhaustion sets in here. And fun fact, that steers person, I think that was probably her first one of her first 2Ks ever. Her name is KJ Murray, no relation to yours truly.
Okay, well, good on KJ for doing such a fabulous job. One of the things you mentioned there about getting down to the water, you can see the water line of the boat. It's right up out of the water because there are only 10 people. And so you do have to go searching for the water a little bit more than you would in a 20-person boat. They've all done a great job of that today.
Yeah, a great finish here for the PBC Red crew. They were asked, fun fact, last minute, there was only one entry in the women's division because it's such a unique race, right? It's teams that are getting ready for international competition. So the B women had no one to race. So just a couple days ago, we said, hey, do you want to race 3 more races?
Right.
And you want one of them being a 2K, a 10-minute race. And they were gracious in saying, yeah, no problem. We'll put our hat in the ring. So good for them.
I said this to Katie earlier, Scott, I'll say it to you. This has been a fabulous day of racing, really well organized. A number of the people we've had as talking heads have come in, and whether it be someone who is 7 years old or someone who is 27 years old, they talked about how well run the Alchemy regattas are. So congratulations on a great day.
Awesome, Medill, thank you. Great announcing. You bring a je ne sais quoi to this event, and this live stream has been a great addition. We're grateful to
Locke,
be, we're grateful to everyone. Great job, Locke. We'll
be back tomorrow.
You know this event is about community.
Yeah.
And so anything we can do to bring the community together. And speaking of community, I believe the beer tent is open.
And we'll be back tomorrow. There's a live stream tomorrow as well.
Rock and roll, party on.
Okay. Have a great one.